Welcome. This video is about creating GUIs in Java. And particularly what we're going to do is we're going to use a technology or a program called Scene Builder. Now what's great about Scene Builder is that it actually creates what's called an fxml document for us. And that document tells the system where to put all the elements in the view. So what we're going to do today is we're going to set up a view, right? We're going to put some simple elements onto a screen. We're going to add some functionality to what's called a controller class. Now the idea is in this model that you have a view, and it is this is really just placing objects into a particular area inside of either a pane or a particular coordinate, something like that. And the controller actually is where I'll call it the intelligence, or where the logic goes on how this view should interact. So people can fill in these text fields, but when they hit the create vehicle button, what should happen? Well, all that control is handled in the controller. And this controller also has a neat feature where it can take information from the view and it can pass it on to a model. So for example, if we had a class, in this case, it looks like some car information. So maybe we have a class for car and we want to store information about cars. So we would make a model to store that. And the controller could create instances of these models and allow us to store it. The other thing you can do is with your models, you can create a series of automated tests. That'll be in a separate video. So what we're going to do today is really focusing on basically the view and the controller. And this will be the first video in a series of videos handling these setups. So let's get started. So I'm going to go here into NetBeans, and I'm going to create a new project. And historically, we've always done Java, and then you pick a Java application. What we're going to do here is I'm going to pick a JavaFX fxml application. Now this gives us that whole MVC model that the view and a controller does it automatically for us. So we're going to call this the GUI demo, right? So GUI, graphical user interface demo. Hit finish. And when we do this, we get several things. We get 3 files created for us. The first one here is called a controller. So again, in our diagram here, this is the controller. So this is the item that will control the view, and it handles the information exchange back and forth to the view. The next document it created for us is the actual view. Now, if I zoom in here so you can see it, what you can see is it's actually an XML document. That's all it is. So in here are objects, so a button and a label. If you're good at reading XML, you can see that the button's going to be in position X coordinate 126 and Y coordinates 90, and it's going to say click me on it. But you don't actually have to learn how to read XML very well to work with GUIs, because there's a great tool called Scene Builder. And if I double click on this file, because I've already installed Scene Builder, it's going to launch, and here's what our window actually looks like. There's the button, it says click me, and there's actually a label in here too. If I right underneath it, there's a little label. So this doesn't do very much right now, but that's fine. We can set it up to actually do something interesting. So let's we'll get rid of these items altogether out of our view. And basically, if you've never used Scene Builder, what you have is on the left-hand side is all of the items that you can drag onto your scene. And in Java, that's what they call this, although historically we would call it maybe a window. But the thought process now is they call it a stage. Again, think of like a Broadway production. Actors are on a stage. So there's a stage, and then each specific window that you're seeing is a different scene on a stage. So this is called a scene, hence the name of the program, Scene Builder, because we're building a scene. Now if I want to drag things in, I can just take them from the left-hand side. You can see there's many different configuration objects, and then here into the control section you can see buttons and checkboxes and all kinds of great things. On the right-hand side, we have all of our control elements. So let's pick this anchor pane here. I'm going to select that. If I want to make this a little bit bigger, maybe we'll go 800 pixels by, let's go down here to 600 pixels. So now I got a little bit bigger screen to work with. And yeah, we'll just keep drawing it. We'll pull some stuff on here. So first things first, what we're going to do is I'm going to create like a simple little utility that allow us to put some checkboxes, and it's going to just have some pizza toppings. So let's put, we can just drag elements in and try to line them up the best we can, but I'll show you better ways to line them up. Pepperoni. On the right-hand side, we have all of our control elements. So let's pick this anchor pane here and select that. If I want to make this a little bit bigger, maybe we'll go 800 pixels by, let's go down here to 600 pixels. So now I got a little bit bigger screen to work with. And yeah, we'll just keep drawing it. We'll pull some stuff on here. So
where's the size that we played along? Oh, there you go.
First things first, what we're going to do is I'm going to create like a simple little utility that allow us to click some checkboxes, and it's going to just have some pizza toppings. So let's put, we can just drag elements in and try to line them up the best we can. But I'll show you better ways to line them up. Pepperoni, pineapple, and bacon. Okay. Pineapple.
That's pretty intuitive.
Okay. So we have that, and then I'm going to drag in something called a label. And the idea of a label is it's just static text. People can't interact with it, it just shows information. So here I'm going to say this is our checkbox objects. And to make this stand out a little bit, I'm going to go up here to properties on the right. And then I'm going to drag this down, and let's make this both bold and italic. And then let's change the size to 18. There we go, that stands out a bit more. And even right now, I can actually go to my preview here, and bacon. Okay. Pineapple. You can tell them a program, right? So put an uppercase in pineapple. Okay. So we have that, and then I'm going to drag in something called a label. And the idea of a label is it's just static text. People can't interact with it, it just shows information. So here I'm going to say this is our checkbox objects. And to make this stand out a little bit, I'm going to go up here to properties on the right. And then I'm going to drag this down, and let's make this both bold and italic. And then let's change the size to 18. There we go, that stands out a bit more. And even right now, I can actually go to my preview here and say show preview, and I can select these checkboxes. But it doesn't really do anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a button. And I'm going to say order pizza. So when I push the order pizza button, what I'm going to get it to do is read which of these checkboxes are selected, and it's going to print out my order below. So to do that, I'll drag in another label. Now, the challenge here is, you see how, this is fairly lined up, but if I wanted to move any one of, let's say I wanted to move all of these kind of more to the upper left corner, it's actually really hard, because I'd have to move them, oops, I have to select each item and move them, and then I'm going to have to try to line them up again. And although there's some helper utilities for that, you can see this little red line helps, it's really hard to get the spacing and everything perfect down to a pixel. So there's actually better ways of handling it than trying to manipulate these items, because when you start getting a lot of objects on the screen, it gets really hard to handle them. So I'm lining all these up vertically. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into my containers section here, and you can see everything that we're on right now is called an anchor pane. And much like how a boat might sail into a bay, drop anchor, and that's where the boat stays, that's what this pane is. Wherever I drag an object and I let go, that's where it stays. It's anchored to that spot. But let's get a little bit of help here. I'm going to use this thing called a V-box, or vertical box. And let's make it big enough for our objects here. Drag it along. And then what I can do is I can put items inside this V-box, and it will stack them on top of each other. So for example, I have our label here. I'm just going to drag this. I'm in the hierarchy on the left. I'm going to drag that down. And you see how now it's showing it inside the V-box? And then I can bring down my pepperoni, my pineapple, bacon, my button, and then this little label for the order. And you're probably saying, that's pretty ugly. Everything's jammed together and your pineapple's too high. Well, you can just drag these around inside of here, so we get these in the right order. And then really why this looks a little bit off is there's no spacing, right? All the objects are right tight together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my V-box. And on the right hand side, so again, everything on the left, you're dragging onto the screen. Everything on the right, you're configuring it. So I'll go down here to my layout, and in here there's something called spacing. And I'm just going to put 10 pixels between each of these items. And now, they actually look fine, right? Everything's lined up. Everything's nice and easy to read. If I want to make this label a little bit bigger,
how do you do
and on the right, anchor, and that's where the boat stays. That's what this pane is. Wherever I drag an object and I let go, that's where it stays. It's anchored to that spot. But let's get a little bit of help here. I'm going to use this thing called a V-box, or vertical box. And let's make it big enough for our objects here. Drag it along. And then what I can do is I can put items inside this V-box, and it will stack them on top of each other. So for example, I have our label here. I'm just going to drag this. I'm in the hierarchy on the left. I'm going to drag that down. And you see how now it's showing it inside the V-box? And then I can bring down my pepperoni, my pineapple, bacon, my button, and then this little label for the order. And you're probably saying, that's pretty ugly. Everything's jammed together and your pineapple's too high. Well, you can just drag these around inside of here, so we get these in the right order. And then Really, why this looks a little bit off is there's no spacing, right? All the objects are right pegged together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my VBox, and on the right-hand side, so again, so here I'm going to say this is our checkbox objects.
Mine is
I zoom in here so you can see it.
stuff is different from mine.
Tool called scene. Is on the left-hand side is all of the items that you can drag onto your scene, and in Java, that's what they call this. Although historically we would call it maybe a window. What the thought process now is they call it a stage. You know, again, think of like a Broadway production. You know, actors are on a stage. So there's a stage, and then each specific window that you're seeing is a different scene on a stage. So this is called a scene, hence the name of the program, Scene Builder, because we're building a scene. Now if I want to drag things in, I can just take them from the left-hand side. You can see there's many different configuration objects, and in here, into the control section, you can see buttons and checkboxes and all kinds of great things. On the right-hand side, we have all of our control elements. So let's pick this anchor pane here. I'm going to select that. If I want to make this a little bit bigger, maybe we'll go 800 pixels by, let's go down here to 600 pixels. So now I've got a little bit bigger screen to work with. And yeah, we'll just keep drawing. We'll pull some stuff on here. So first things first, what we're going to do is I'm going to create like a simple little utility that allow us to click some checkboxes, and it's going to just have some pizza toppings. So let's put, we can just drag elements in and try to line them up as best we can, but I'll show you better ways to line them up. Pepperoni.
Need a checkbox. Maybe a button.
Pineapple. VBox or vertical box. Now, really, why this looks a little bit off is there's no spacing, right? All the objects are right pegged together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my VBox, and on the right-hand side, so again, everything on the left, you're dragging onto the screen. Everything on the right, you're configuring it. So I'll go down here to my layout, and in here there's something called spacing, and I'm just going to put 10 pixels between each of these items. And now they actually look fine, right? Everything's lined up. Everything's nice and easy to read. If I want to make this label a little bit bigger, I can do that. And then it puts my label in the center, but I really want it at the top. So I'm just going to go to Properties. And in here, I have something called Alignment. So I'm going to say Top Left. Perfect. Now I'm going to hit Save. Now it's very important that you hit Save because Scene Builder is actually a different program from NetBeans or Eclipse or IntelliJ. So when you build something in Scene Builder, you have to hit Save, otherwise the other programs will not know the changes you've made. So I'll go into NetBeans. You hit Save because everything's nice and easy to read. If I want to make this label a little bit bigger, I can do that. And then it puts my label in the center, but I really want it at the top. So I'm just going to go to Properties. And in here, I have something called Alignment. So I'm going to say Top Left. Perfect. Now I'm going to hit Save. Now it's very important that you hit Save because Scene Builder is actually a different program from NetBeans or Eclipse or IntelliJ. So when you build something in Scene Builder, you have to hit Save, otherwise the other programs will not know the changes you've made. So I'll go into NetBeans here, and in fact, if we look at this FXML document now, you can see all the things that we've added have been put in. Right? So there's our pineapple, pepperoni, bacon. There's the button for ordering the pizza. It's all here. Zoom in a little bit. There's some extra stuff. Okay, so now to our controller. What we just did is we basically just drag and dropped the objects onto the screen that we wanted. That's all we did. Now we need to control those objects. So I'm going to go into the controller class. Okay, and you're used to seeing instance variables that look like this, right? They say private, and then they have a data type, and then they have the instance variable name. Well, here, the only difference is we're also adding in this @fxml tag. And what this does is it allows the system we're basically saying, look, this particular instance variable is going to be covered in the XML document. So so we need to update this, or sorry, you need to add this in order for the controller to talk to that view object. Excuse me. Okay, so let's call this the pizza order label. And I like to put right in the name what type of object it is, because sometimes you get a lot of objects that have similar names. And you'll see by default you get this method called initialize. Okay, so if we hit save, at this point in time we actually should be able to run our program. Let's see. Yeah, so at this point we can actually run our GUI. It says label here though. I don't want to say label, and when we push the button, nothing happens. So let's go down here and update that label. I'm going to say pizza order label, and I can set the text to be the empty string. So we won't see that label. We can also make it invisible, but this is fine. Let's go. I've made some changes to our controller. I've hit save. I'm going to go back over now into Scene Builder. And when I click on this label, right, because I gave it a name, if I go down to code, I can see under this, there's an identity. I can give it an identity. And so I make it pizza order label. So now when my controller is talking to the view, it knows what goes in this label is whatever command we're giving it here. And again, I have to hit save, otherwise NetBeans won't see it. So now if I go back and I actually hit play, launches, and now you see the label object is still here, but you can't see it, right? So now what we have to do is we have to hook up this button. So when these things are selected, if I hit order pizza, it should say your pizza toppings are pineapple, pepperoni, and bacon. So to do that, I need to gain access to those checkboxes. So I'm going to say at fxml private checkbox, and
it's probably because you didn't. And it's inside the class.
Pepperoni, pineapple, bacon. And then when you're importing, always make sure that it's JavaFX classes that you're importing, not AWT or Swing. They will not work with JavaFX. Hit save. And
doesn't know which one is which.
And now we need to create our method. So we'll say public pizza order button pushed. And then inside of here, forgot to return. Over now into Scene Builder, and when I click on this label, right, because I gave it a name, if I go down to code, I can see under this there's an identity. I can give it an identity, and so I make it pizza order label. So now when my controller is talking to the view, it knows what goes in this label is whatever command we're giving it here. And again, I have to hit save, otherwise NetBeans won't see it. So now if I go back and I actually
I think it's outside of the class.
hit play. launches, and now you see the label object is still here, but you can't see it, right? So now what we have to do is we have to hook up this button. So when these things are selected, if I hit order pizza, it should say your pizza toppings are pineapple, pepperoni, and bacon. So to do that, I need to gain out. Access to those checkboxes. So I'm going to say at fxml. I have our label here. I'm just going to drag this. I'm in the hierarchy on the left. I'm going to drag that down. And you see how now it's showing inside the VBox? And then I can bring down my bring it. So I'll go fine, right? Everything's lined up. Everything's nice and easy to read. If I want to make this label a little bit bigger, I can do that. And then it puts my label in the same program. NetBeans here. And in fact, if we look at the, so when you build something in Scene Builder, you have to hit save, otherwise the other programs will not know the changes you've made. So I'll go into
I think this might be the wrong playlist to do. I need to learn all these methods first.
to NetBeans here. And in fact, if we look at the this fxml document now, you can see all the things that we've added have been put in, right? So there's our pepperoni, pineapple, pepperoni, bacon. Here's the button for ordering the pizza. It's all here. Zoom in a little bit. There's some of this extra stuff. Okay, so now to our controller. So what we just did is we basically just drag and drop the objects onto the screen that we want. That's all we did. Now we need to control those objects. So I'm going to go into the controller class. Okay, and you're used to seeing instance variables that look like this, right? They say private, and then they have a data type, and then they have the instance variable name. Well, here, the only difference is we're also adding in this @fxml tag. And what this does is it allows the system, we're basically saying, look, this particular instance variable is going to be covered in the XML document. So we need to update this, or sorry, you need to add this in order for the controller to talk to that view object. Excuse me. Okay, so let's call this the pizza order label. And I like to put right in the name what type of object it is, because sometimes you get a lot of objects that have similar names. And you'll see by default, you get this method called initialize. Okay, so if we hit save, at this point in time, we actually should be able to run our program. Let's see. Yeah, so at this point, we can actually run our GUI. It says label here, though. I don't want to say label. And when we push the button, nothing happens. So let's go down here and update that label. I'm going to say pizza order label. And I can set the text to be the empty string. So we won't see that label. We can also make it invisible, but this is fine. So let's go. I've made some changes to our controller. I've hit save. I'm going to go back over now into Scene Builder. And when I click on this label, right, because I gave it a name, I go down to code, I can see under this, there's an identity. I can give it an identity. And so I make it pizza order label. So now So now when my controller is talking to the view, it knows what goes in this label is whatever command we're giving it here. And again, I have to hit save, otherwise NetBeans won't see it. So now if I go back and I actually hit play, launches, and now you see the label object is still here, but you can't see it, right? So now what we have to do is we have to hook up this button. So when these things are selected, if I hit order pizza, I should say your pizza toppings are pineapple, pepperoni, and bacon. So to do that, I need to gain access to those checkboxes. So I'm going to say @fxml private checkbox and pepperoni, pineapple, bacon. And then when you're importing, always make sure that it's JavaFX classes that you're importing, not AWT or Swing. They will not work with JavaFX. Save. And now we need to create our method. So we'll say public pizza order button pushed. And then inside of here, got a return type. Not return anything. So inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to check on our checkboxes to see if they've been selected or not. So all we have to do for that is just say if. Actually, first we need string order. We say if the pineapple checkbox, right? If it is selected, that means the person wanted it, so we can update our order and we can say put a new line and we'll say pineapple. And then we can do the same thing for pepperoni and bacon. So say if pepperoni checkbox is selected, add pepperoni to our string. And if bacon is selected, add bacon to our string here. And then all we have to do is we have a label already. What do I call it? Pizza order label. And I'm going to say set the text for that equal to this string that we've been creating called order. Okay, so now we have a method. Hit save here. So we have a method. When the pizza order button is pushed, we'll create a string, and then we're going to add in, every time a checkbox is selected, we'll add in the appropriate topping. So now all we have to do is we have to tell the scene builder, the actual XML document, that we now have these elements added. So let's go back into scene builder here. I'm going to click on pineapple, and here under ID, I'm going to say, well, that's the pineapple checkbox. So I'm under code here. Okay, pineapple checkbox. And pepperoni. You can see it's great. It won't allow you to assign the same ID to two different things. So as soon as you've assigned it, it takes it out of the available list. And we'll go down here. There's bacon. And then the last thing is we made a method for this button. And I don't actually need to give the button an ID because I'm not manipulating or changing things to the button. But when there's an action, right? When there's an action for that button, I can just say the button was pushed, right? So whenever this button is pushed, call the method. And I'll go back here. I hit save. Go into NetBeans. And I hit the play button here. Hopefully everything works well. Okay, there's pineapple, pepperoni, bacon. I order my pizza. And it says the toppings are pineapple, pepperoni, and bacon. I get rid of pepperoni. It gets rid of pepperoni. Get rid of bacon. Gets rid of bacon. All right, it looks like it works great. Our spacing and layout looks fine. So there you have it. We created a GUI. If we go back to we laid out a simple model that created an XML document, right? So there's not a lot of intelligence per se in the XML document. Here it is here. Zoom back. Right? So there's our checkboxes, and on action, we can see that we push the button. That's all that's happening when we do when we set up our controller. And when we run the program, we've hooked up our controller to implement or to work with the view. So the very last thing that we haven't really covered yet is how in the world do we get this thing to run? Well, by default, when you set it up using the FXML application, is it creates this start method for you. So what it says is we gave the name of our class as GUI demo, and it says that extends an application. And what that means is there's a custom class called application, and we're creating a specialized version of that class. And there's an abstract method in application called start, and it passes in a stage, which is basically our main window that we're creating. And then inside of here, what it does is it's calling something called an FXML loader to load that FXML document for us. And then it uses that document to create a scene, and then the stage or the window, they set the scene to be whatever we created. And then the way that that's triggered is just like any other program. It starts in a main method. It calls this method launch, which is inside of application. And at a certain point inside of application class, it calls the start method, and we're off to the races. So there you have it. We've got ourselves a great lead, and there'll be several other additions to this video which will show other objects as we go along. Thanks very much. Hey, welcome back. This is the second video in creating GUIs in Java. If you didn't watch the first one, I recommend go back and watch the first one prior to watching this one, because we're going to go a little quicker this time. So if you need any of the background information, you're better to watch the first video. So the next thing we're going to add to our view, last time we got together, we created this little program that allows us to, select checkboxes and order pizza based on which checkboxes are selected. The next thing we're going to add is called a choice box. And the idea of the choice box is it's going to be kind of like a little drop-down kind of menu that will show us our selection on top. So let's close this and go right into Scene Builder and get started. Okay, so this is what we created last time. If you remember, it was we used a container called a vertical box, and then we've added in a label. We had 3 checkboxes, and then a button and another label. So let's do something similar here. Let's take a vertical box, and we'll put it over here, and we can make them the same dimensions. So this one, let's go over to Layout.
Hello everybody and welcome to this Java course for beginners. So before we get into the content, let me just take a quick minute to give an introduction, talk about who this course is for and where you can find some resources and just some other necessary information that I need to tell you. So first of all, this course right here is designed, as I said, for absolute beginners, for people with no coding experience before or people with very little programming experience. Now, of course, if you're more experienced, you're welcome to follow along with this. And in fact, there's timestamps in the description that you can click on that will show you all of the different things that I'm covering in this video. Now, it's worth noting that this actual content, so all of the content for this video was filmed over a year ago. So I've had these videos on my channel for a really long time, and what I figured I would do is re-edit them, kind of make them a little bit nicer and put them into one larger video, so more of you guys can find out about my Java content and will be able to follow along with this course. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. This course is designed for beginners, people with little to no experience. These videos are older, but I've re-edited them and kind of put them into one larger video to make it easier to follow along with, and well, I hope you enjoy. So with that said, let's get into the content and learn the Java programming language. So before we dive in, I need to thank JetBrains Academy for sponsoring this video. JetBrains Academy provides amazing resources that teach you how to code in a project-based approach. Using JetBrains Academy, you can follow along with learning tracks related to Java, Python, Kotlin, and web development. Each track has a catalog of awesome projects you can create and that are designed for programmers of all levels. You can solve simple problems in the JetBrains online code editor and then start learning professional development tools by creating your projects in the JetBrains IDEs. This will allow you to develop the skills to use a variable name. You have to make sure you do not use any spaces and you don't use any special characters as well. So I'll go through and in the next one. Now in this video, I'm going to be adding on to some of the stuff I did with in the next one. So in this video, I'm just going to be teaching you one more operator that I forgot to mention in the last video, and we're going to be talking about getting input from the user using something called a scanner. Now this scanner is going to allow us to grab like text, numbers, strings, all that fun stuff from the user, and then do something with that input, and that's kind of the basis of programming, right? Based on what a user does, we want to do something in most cases. So the first thing that we're going to do is just teach this other operator. It is the remainder operator. It's not going to take me very long. In this case, I'm just going to say int x is equal to 56 modulus, and this is what the name of the operator is, modulus. It's simply a percent sign, pick a number. In this case, I'm going to pick 5. Okay, so what this remainder operator does, it's called modulus, okay? Some people like to call it a remainder operator, and it's simply a percent sign. It gives us the remainder of this division. So this division is actually equal to, what do you call it, 56 divided by 5. That's because this was expecting me to type in a integer. And what happens in here, like this little line of code, what it actually does is it tries to convert what I'm typing in, which automatically comes in as a string, into an integer. So when it tried to do this, it tried to convert hello into an integer, and no one, not you, not you or me, knows how to convert hello into an integer. So it threw us an error and said, no, that's not allowed. You can't do that. So I'll show you what we can do now if we want to get booleans and other types, and I'll show you a way to work around an error like this, okay? So if we want to get a boolean value, we could type boolean scanned equals next, and when you look at this, boolean, that's literally the name to get boolean, sc.nextBoolean, okay? So
Hi, welcome to our channel. In this video, I'm going to show you how to develop a login window using JavaFX. We're going to code using IntelliJ. It will be our main IDE. Then we will design the user interface in Scene Builder. We will utilize MySQL for our database. Then I'm going to show you how to create a table, then insert an initial user that we can use to authenticate the login. Let's start. Open IntelliJ. Create new project. Select JavaFX. Now, you just enter your desired project name. I call mine Bird Egg Solution. Next, just wait to load that. Now we're in. We have our main, controller, and sample.fxml. Let's start with renaming our fxml. Make it more descriptive that align to its purpose. Login refactor. There you go, it was our name successfully. Okay, we're now going to design the login form in Scene Builder. We just need to open login fxml. It will be in our project source folder, source, sample, login, open. We need to delete this anchor pane and replace with border pane. Just drag it here. You can double click it. Adjust to 520. And we need anchor pane on the left. Just drag it here. Set the layout 228 by 407. Another anchor pane, the right. Let's set 332 by 400. That is about right. Okay. Now we need an image view. Search the library. There you go. Just grab it here in the left anchor pane. Do some adjustment. What we want is to match the layout of the left anchor pane and the image view, and this will be for our branding. We can assign 228 407. It should match. Alright, then let's load up an image. And we have an image available for that. As an images, click this, open, and adjust it a little bit. Now we can set the background color. I have a hex code ECE CE7. Then we need another image view. Oh, we can just grab it here and adjust to the appropriate size about here.
What's up guys, Hands-On Code here, and today I'm going to show you how you can set up IntelliJ IDE for JavaFX and Scene Builder in just 3 simple steps so you can create beautiful JavaFX applications.
I'm feeling so hollow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? I fell for fools gold. What did I know? You were fools to wait for the right time. I know. Yes, I
par. Balling, they calling, I feel like an opar. Jump in the Audi, push start, off way. No.
What's up guys, back again with another video in the Java FX series. This episode I'll be teaching you how to use controllers. So I explained this a little bit last episode, but a controller...
Alrighty guys, let's go ahead and get started. So kind of a step 0 here, I'm going to assume that you already have a Java SDK, and make sure to save it in a location.
Let's make them 200 wide.
We looked at how to take our deck of cards object and create a little GUI where we could actually display at least the back of the deck of cards. And the goal of this video is to talk about how do we connect up this button so when we push it, it'll actually deal a card and we can see it over here so we can step through our deck. So let's go to our view. So right now we have FX IDs for the image view objects so we can actually display things. But if I look at our button, we don't actually have an FX ID for it. The easiest way to add it is click on Scene Builder, click on the button object, go to Code, and then under Code we have FX ID, and I'm going to say Next Card Button. Okay, so now we can refer to this button object. And if I go to the text version, we can see now it's filled in the FX ID. And if I want, I do Alt-Enter. I'll actually click on that, and it'll add it into our controller for us. Okay, so we've got the button, but we haven't really done anything with it. So what we need to do is we need to connect that button up to a method. So when then this button is pushed, we want to call our method. I didn't even really need to give it an ID, we really just needed a method. But let's build this now. So fxml pushed. So we have the next card button in here, and what we're going to do is we are going to update the image for the top card. So what I'm going to do is we have the active card view image. I'm going to say set the image. And what I need to do is get the top card off of the deck. Now right now, our deck of cards is only inside the initialize method. So what I'm going to do is make it an instance variable of the controller. So I'm going to say private deck of cards. So now it's a class level variable. So down here in this method now, I can say deck dot, and I can get the deck to deal the top card, but oops, I don't have that method yet. So when we built the deck of cards, we didn't implement all the methods that we had planned. So let's go back to the deck of cards. Right now, we have the constructors and get and set methods, but we don't actually have a method that will return the top card. So I'm going to say this method will deal the top card off the deck. So our return type is going to be a card object, and I'm going to call it deal top card. And here, we need to make sure the deck isn't already empty. Right? If we've already given away all of our cards, we can't deal the top card. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if deck.size is greater than 0, and return deck.remove. So we're going to take the card out of the deck that's in position 0. Else, we'll just return null because we don't have any cards to return. Okay? So this was in the deck of cards class. We have the ability to deal the top card. So now, going back to our image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say deck, deal the top card. So what this does, this piece highlighted in blue, evaluates to be a card object. And then the card, we want the card to give us its image. And, well, we haven't implemented that method either. So let's go to our card class over here. And we had commented out the image. So I'm going to put it back in. And we need to actually create the image. Right? When we build a card, we need to tell it which of these images, right? So we have this images directory. So for example, if it's 2 of spades, I want to load this image. If it's 3 of hearts, I want to load this image. So in our constructor, if we make it to this point in the code, we've set the face name and we've set the suit. And here we can see that the name of our file is face name underscore of underscore suit.png. So we can actually build a little string. Let's call it file name equals, and it's going to be the face name plus underscore of underscore plus the suit plus .png. Okay, so that will create a string with this file name. So then we can just say image equals new image, and we just have to tell it to look in the images directory, and we'll add in the file name. So then it will look in this directory and look for a file with the specific name of our card. Now, that means the card knows about it has an image set, but we cannot access it yet because that is private. So what we can do is we can pick a little space, generate, headers and setters, and click on image. So now we can get the image. Okay, so we are asking our card to get its image. We go back to the controller now. So again, when we ask the deck to deal a top card, that returns a card object. So now I can ask that card object to get its image. And this will be satisfied. And what we'll do is we'll go back into our view now. We go to Scene Builder view. And with the button, there's a special on-action activity that can be associated with it. So if I drop down here, you can see our method next card button is pushed is available to us. So I'm going to put that in there. So every time I push that button, I should flip a card over, basically. So let's run our code now. Let's see if it gives us what I want. Okay, so here's our little GUI, the back of the card. If I say next card, they're different sizes, so I should clean that up a little bit. But you can see the first card on top of the deck was 2 of hearts, 3 of hearts, 4 of hearts, right? And it goes through, and we have all of our hearts, and then it goes through all the diamonds, and all the spades, and all the clubs. So this works. We can have a deck of cards, and then we can show visual card objects. Now, the challenge with this is, right now, I have 7 clubs. I can tell you the next card is 8 of clubs because it's all in order. And we have one more method we need to implement on our deck of cards, and that's the shuffle method. So the idea with the shuffle method is that we want to change the ordering of the cards. And we can do this through a variety of means. We could create our own custom shuffle algorithm where it's going to randomly select cards and put them in different spots and do different things. But we don't actually have to do all of that. The deck itself is an array list. An array list is a type of collection. So I can go to the collections class. And I actually, one of the top methods here is shuffle. So I can say shuffle the deck. So now this method is easily used to shuffle our deck. So if I go back to my controller, here in the initialize method, I got a new deck of cards. So I can just ask the deck to be shuffled. Now when we run our program, okay, here's our program. Originally it was 2 hearts was the very first card. If I say, what's the next card? And the ace of diamonds. So you can see there's no real pattern to our cards anymore. The shuffle method worked. So there you have it. We were able to build a card object, a deck of cards object. We built a GUI that could initialize a deck of cards. And then in the GUI, we added a button that would allow us to deal the top card. And then we added the ability to shuffle the deck. And now we can see that we have a randomized deck of cards. And from here, when you have all the tools you want, you could start to create a game using card objects. Hope you enjoyed the videos.
No, it's just the same cards. Yeah, never mind.
Students, so this is going to be an updated poker hand assignment video. We went over the beginnings of it in class on Thursday, where I provided some starting code for 3 files that we're going to use for the assignment. There is an interface file, which has a .h at the ending. That's where we declare our functions. We have a pokerhand.cpp file. This is where we will define the functions. And lastly, we have a pokerhand_test.cpp, and this is where we will run our main function, which will run the logic of the game and call all the functions that are defined in pokerhand.cpp. So, one correction, I had told everyone to name these poker.h, poker.cpp, pokertest.cpp. We're going to want to resave all of those files as poker hand files as opposed to poker. So you can just do file save as and then call them poker hand, just like they're specified here in the requested files on your assignment. So if you're just joining us and weren't here in class on Thursday, I provided some starting code for the assignment on the website CodeShare. This is the link. So type this in. These 2 letters are capitalized, and you can see that I just have some commented code for each 3 of the files we're going to be using. So for example, this is going to be called pokerhand.h. This is going to be pokerhand.cpp. And each one of these files is separated by a number of comments. So this is the first, this is the interface file. This is the pokerhand.cpp file. And then on 85, that's where poker test starts. So you can go to this link and copy and paste the starting code into 3 separate files, either using your Caret text editor or on the Bitbucket website. So now I will assume that in this part of the video, everyone has 3 files saved in a text editor of some fashion like this. I have my interface file here. I have my poker.cpp file where I will define all the functions. And then I have the main function in poker hand.test. So for example, mine are incorrectly named. So I would fix that by going to save as, and I'm going to name this poker hand.h. Great. And I can do the same thing for all of these. Poker hand.cpp, where we are defining the functions, and then we'll save this as poker hand_test.cpp. All right, great. So we have the right names. And
is a class that allows you to control the events and actions for a XML file or for a front end of a JavaFX application. So yeah, so let's go ahead and get started so I can show you how it works in detail. So I have a simple little project here with nothing except for the stage title and then the scene and blah blah blah. So we need to create our own. We're going to create a package here called resources. And this will be the package for our fxml files. We need to make a new fxml file. So we'll do fxml file, and we'll call this one home.fxml, or just home. Oop, nope, that's not right. Cancel.
Yeah, I'm a raw waller. Had to back with TJ Dead Waller. Built me in.
Let's go ahead and get started so I can show you how it works in detail. So I have a simple little project here with nothing except for the stage title and then the scene and blah blah blah. So we need to create our own, we're going to create a package here called resources. And this will be the package for our fxml files. We need to make a new fxml file. So we'll do fxml file, cancel, open this up, let's rename it to home. I spelled home wrong, it looks like. So home, there we go. So now we get this here.
Why is it so laggy?
And automatically it's going to have this here for you and wants you to change it to whatever the correct controller is. And so yeah, as you create a fxml file within IntelliJ, it's going to automatically ask you what class you want to set to be this controller, okay? So we can set it to whatever we want to. It's going to automatically assume we set it to resources.hom, but that's not correct, so we can change this to whatever we want. And so let's say we want to set a controller. What we need to do here is create a new package, or we don't have to, but just for structure, we're going to create a new package, and we're going to call this controllers. All right, so we have controllers and then resources, and then resources holds all the fxml, and the controller is going to hold all the controllers, right? So we're going to call this, we're going to make a new Java class here, and this is going to be our first controller. We're going to call it home controller, and we're calling it home controller because it's the controller for the home fxml file, right? So that makes a little bit of sense. Stop asking me this, you're so annoying. Anyway, so we have a controller here, it's pretty much empty, but that's all we need for now. So we can go back to here to the fxml file and set it to whatever the location is for the controller class. So we could do controllers dot home controller, and then it automatically knows where to find it now. So we have successfully set the controller for this anchor pane that we have here, okay? So yeah, that's pretty much it for that. We need to load the controller, we need to load the fxml file into our main class here now. So we could do parent, oops, we'll call it parent home root, and then we could do fxml loader dot load, and then we do get class dot get resource, and then we specify the location for the fxml file. So resources slash fxml, just like that. Okay, that should be all we have to do. So now we can create a scene for this thing that we just loaded here. So scene, we'll call it home scene, or just call it home. That's fine. Is equal to new scene, and then we now just all we got to do is put the root right there. So now we just created a new scene, so we can set that scene to the default scene to run. So let's run this now and see if it works. And we can see if we set the fxml file correctly, but it looks like we have a problem here. Let's see, Java 13, fxml loader.load. Oh, we put slash fxml. We're supposed to put home.fxml. There we go. Just a slight error there. So let's let that run. Hopefully it works this time. And boom, so now we get our little application here. It's empty currently because we haven't added anything as a child node to the anchor pane. So let's go ahead and open this up and actually edit the file so we can add some stuff to it to make sure it works. So we open this up in Scene Builder. And let's add some stuff to the anchor pane just to test it, like I said. So we'll go to Controls. And let's add a simple radio button, whatever, just a simple button here. And now we can do Control S. And now we can go back here and see that the changes were automatically made for us. So we can go ahead and run this, Alt F10 to run this, or no, Shift F10 to run this, stop and rerun. There we go, so now it's going to run for us. This is annoying, let's get this scaled down. So there you go, we have our application here, and we were able to add a radio button to it. That's perfect. But now that we have a controller set successfully, as you can see, the controller is set right here still. So now that we have a controller, let me show you how to use the controller, right? Because we have the controller set, but it's still empty, so it's not really doing anything for us currently, okay? Scene Builder is really awesome for that. Now, or we can hover over this.
Okay, we're back, and today we're going to talk about how to add different scenes to our program.
Let's watch this.
Okay, and then we can choose our other viewbox. And we'll say the preferred width is 200 as well. Okay, so now these are the exact same size, or at least the same, we can do, let's just do multi-select here. Choose them both and make them both 300 pixels tall. Now you see, when I had them both selected there, they don't line up perfectly. And we can drag them around and try to get things just right. But rather than do that, it's actually a lot easier just to put them inside of, if we want them side by side, then there's a container that does that for us called the horizontal box, H-box. So I'm going to bring in this H-box, and then, oops, got inside of our V-box here. Let's just go the width of the screen. And then we can drag the vertical boxes inside of our H-box. And the advantage to this is that it now everything's lined up, and if we actually wanted to move things, we can actually just grab the whole H-box as one thing, even though we might have numerous items within it. So let's start off, we'll put in a label. So I'm going to go to Controls, Label, and just like last time, this one here, we're going to call it Choice Box. Choice Box object. And we'll make it bold italic, and size 18. Okay, so now these will look kind of the same. And then what we're going to do is, I'm going to go over here into my controls and drag in a choice box. And we'll add in, similar to before, we'll add in a button, and we'll add in a label. So the choice box, we can always, I mean, it's easy enough to use, but then we'll push a button to update our label just to show how to get information out of the checkbox. Now here we can see everything's really bunched together in this vertical box, and this was nicely spaced here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make sure I have my V-box selected, go over here to layout, and under spacing, to make it 10. So I'll space it down a bit. And then, just like before, you always have to hit save when you go between Scene Builder and your development environment. So I'm going to go over to NetBeans now. And in our controller, right, so remember, this is what we're working with. We have a view, which is what we're building in Scene Builder, and that's just an XML document. It's just objects that are laid out on a screen. That's it. The logic and the decision making goes in the controller, and the controller can access the elements in the view. It can populate information into them, it can pull information from them, and the controller can then pass that information back and forth to models. So in here, last time, let's see here, so we'll say these items were for the checkbox example. And then we'll say these items are for the choice box example. So I'm going to do the same. We put in this add fxml tag so that our controller can now talk with the XML file. And I'll say private. Now here I'm going to say choice box, and I'm just going to call this the choice box. And make sure we add in our imports. And again, make sure you always get the JavaFX ones. And then we have a label that we're going to update. So we'll say private label, and that label, let's call it the choice box label. Good names, right? So we'll hit save. Go back into Scene Builder. Where's my Scene Builder? That's easier just to. So here we go. So now I have my choice box. So I select my item. I go down to code on the lower right, and I can select the ID. So that's my choice box. And then we don't need to label. We don't need to update our button. Here we can say we're gonna put some fruit in here. So maybe I'll just say update favorite fruit. And then our label down here. Oops, label. Go to my code, and here I can say that's my choice box label, and I hit save. And what you'll see is on the left-hand side here, this hierarchy. It's actually a really useful utility because in it we can actually see each of the elements. And the other thing that's really nice about this is exactly what your XML file is going to look like, right? So at the top it's going to be an anchor pane, and then a horizontal box, and then two vertical boxes. If we go back in and we look at that actual XML document, here we have the anchor pane, and there's our VBox, one VBox, two VBox, there's our H-box, right? So it goes anchor pane, H-box, and then there's the two VBoxes, right? So it's set up just like this hierarchy. Okay, so we're going to go to our controller now, and let's just add comments from our old text. Box symbol. And then here we can say this will update label for choice box. So we take our choice box and we our choice box label, and we're going to set the text. What we have to do is we have to read what text our choice box had selected. So all we have to do is we say choice box dot get the value Now the thing is, it'll return an object. It's not a defined object in terms of a specific type. So if you look at it, it starts to error. It says, well, a string cannot be converted to an object. And that's just because the way that get value works, it doesn't say, hey, I'm returning you a string. So all we have to do is say, well, convert that to a string, and then it'll be happy. Now the other thing we need to do with our choice box, I kind of went a little backwards here. I said, here's how we get information out of it, but I never showed you how to put information into it. So let's go down to the initialize method. Now remember, this is a special method that gets called whenever the GUI is loaded. So we'll say, these items are for configuring the choice box. So we had the choice box label. We'll set the text to be just empty for now to start. And then for the checkbox, choice box, excuse me, for choice box, what we're going to do is we have to call this command called get items. And what it does is it returns any of the items that are currently in the choice box. Even if there's no items there, it at least returns an empty list, just like picture an array list, except this one's observable objects. And then we can add that list. So I'm going to say add, and in here we'll say apples. And then we can add in a few others, like bananas. And if we want, we can even add a bunch of ones. I'll say add all. I'll put in oranges, pears, delicious strawberries. And if we hit save, we go back in here. We have our choice box set up. Our favorite fruit button, we need the call our choice box button is pushed. So call our method. And our label, it's already got an ID, so we can hit save. Go back into NetBeans here now. Let's hit our go button. And it comes up, and our old code still works. And now when we see the drop down, you can see apples, bananas, oranges, strawberries. Now you see by default, nothing is selected. We can change that. We can set the initial value. I'll show you in a second. But right now, if I select the bananas, I hit favorite fruit, it says bananas. And if I click on pears, it'll say pears. So this works well. So let's set an initial value for our choice box. So to do that, I just go in here in the initialize method. I'm going to say choice box. Set the value to be apples to start. And I think I'm going to update the text here to be a little more interesting. I'm going to say my favorite fruit is. Let's try running that again. Okay, so if I oranges, now it says my favorite fruit is oranges. And if I update the strawberries, favorite fruit is strawberries. So it works great. So this is a nice way if you had like a defined list of items that you wanted someone to pick one from. This works well. So there you have it. Let's put this onto GitHub so that if you ever want to access any of these, you can. So I'm going to go to GitHub and let's create a new repository here. And I'm going to call this the GUI demo and say this shows some, let's see here. Okay. So I'll create this repository. And if you ever want to access it, you just go to github.com/JaredWright/GUI demo, and you'll be able to get access to this code that we're building. So I'm going to go here into my project, and right click, go down to versioning, initialize the Git repository. And if you want to know a little bit more about Git, there's another video in my channel that talks about how to set this up. And so we've got it. Now we can go remote, push. Oops, no branch is selected. Didn't do the commit yet. Okay. Now let's hope this works. Okay, so now if you want access to our code that we just looked at, all you have to do is go to my Git, so you go to github.com/JaredWright, and then go to my repositories, look up the GUI demo, and then here under source code, you can see there's the FXML document, the controller, and our class we used to launch the whole program. All right, that's great. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Okay, welcome back. This next video, we're going to continue. This is, I guess, part 3 of our our series here on adding different GUI elements. So the next one, so far we've done checkboxes, where we've set up some little checkboxes. We've got a choice box here, some buttons and some labels. The next thing we're going to do is, you can see the this is really tight to the border here, right? So we're going to add a little bit of spacing in there, and then we're also going to add in something called the combo box, which is kind of similar to a choice box, but has a few different little parameters to it. So once again, our plan here is we're going to be updating the view in Scene Builder, and then we'll save it, and we'll go into NetBeans, and we're going to update our controller. Oops, we're going to update our controller to control and update our view for us. So let's go into Scene Builder here. So the first thing I said is this seems a little tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the horizontal box. So here I'm in the hierarchy on the left. I've selected the horizontal box. This is the whole box. And under layout, I can actually add in some padding on different sides. So I can put kind of like 10 pixels around everything, and then it just sort of looks a little cleaner. And then what we're going to do is it's going to be very similar to the choice box. So I'm going to bring in again another vertical box. I'll drop it in there, and these ones were 200 by 300. So let's do the same thing for this. 200, 300, and then just the other ones. I'm going to add in a label. So the label, right, properties, here I'm going to call this the combo box. Object. And the fonts. And then just drag in a combo box. And we'll drag in a label. So you can see what it does. Now here, again, our VBox doesn't have the spacing set up yet. So click on my VBox, and go down to layout, and in here on spacing, I'm going to say 10. So they have nice little spaces. And I hit save. That's going to update our XML document. And I'm going to go back here into our controller. So again, big picture, we just updated our view. Now we're going to go into our controller. We're going to add labels for the elements that we just added, so we can access them. And then we're going to put in a method when this combo box changes, we want to update our label. So we'll say here, first we'll add in some instance variables to control things. There we go, just have to pull in our imports. Again, make sure you get the JavaFX ones. There we go. And if you remember, we talked about this in the last video. We have this method called initialize, and it gets called automatically when our GUI launches, and it sets the initial state of it. So let's say these items are for configuring the combo box. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say combo box. It's a lot like the choice box. I'm going to say get items, and this returns a list. It's empty because there's nothing in our combo box yet, but it's the list that you start with to add things into. So in here, let's say add, oops, and I'm going to do let's put in course codes. So I'll say content 30. If you don't want to write these out, you can always do that all. And here you can say just 4 courses, that should do it. And hit save. And then what we have to do is we have to have a method that will allow us to configure that combo box when it's changed. So all we have to do is this will update the combo box label when the combo box. Oh my. So I'm going to call this method combo box was updated, and what I'm going to do is I'll do combo box. What did I call this? Dot combo box label. Set the text. Okay, so we're going to set the text. We want it to come from the combo box. So of course, selected. We'll do a new line, and we'll hit plus. Just like last one, we'll get the value, and then we'll convert it into a string, and that's it. Okay. So whenever the combo box is updated, we want the label to change. So let's go back into Scene Builder and add in some of our code items. So we're going to code lower right. So for our combo box, we need to identify the label. We need to identify. And we also need to, there's combo box, when there's an action, when there's a change, I want to say the combo box is updated. Let's save. Go back into NetBeans here, I'm going to hit run. If all goes well, this should work well. Okay, so here's all our courses. If I select one, the course selected is Conf 1000. I'll save it. Course selected is 2000. It didn't impact any other parts of our GUI, so we're all good. All right, well there you have it. Another quick little nugget for you in the GUI world. Take care.
Many people who want to make a nice user interface for their Python apps find that the standard GUI libraries like Tkinter or PyQt are quite old and ancient looking. So I'll show you a better way of making GUIs which look and feel more modern. We will be using Python alongside Electron.js to make cool looking UIs. Electron.js is a tool by GitHub which lets users make cross-platform desktop apps by using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So yes, knowing these web dev languages is a prerequisite for making these GUIs. Personally, I wasn't a big fan of HTML and CSS, but now I feel having a basic knowledge of these can suffice for our purpose of creating a GUI. But the fun part is this, that usually Electron.js apps have their backend or logic part written in JavaScript, but we will be using Python instead. To explain how, I will be making a GUI for a couple of Python programs that I've already made before, and this is the architecture of how our Electron plus Python app would work. Electron is our frontend, and it makes and controls the UI windows which we need in our app. To put content inside of these windows, we will be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We will design our entire front-end aesthetics using these languages. Python is our backend, where we write the logic part of our app, which could be anything from a machine learning application to a database management system. We will communicate between Electron and Python over the standard input and output streams, kind of like inter-process communication. So here are the things that you'll need before getting started. You'll obviously need Python, so make sure you have that. You'll also need Node.js. If you don't have that, you can install it from this website over here. And after you've installed Node.js, you can install Python shell using the Node package manager, or NPM for short. We will be using this package to communicate between Electron and Python. So you can install that by using this command, and make sure you have Python and Node.js on your system path. So after you have all the dependencies, you'll need to download the Electron Quick Start library. To do that, type these commands in your terminal. You might need to install Git command line tools to do this, but if you don't have them, you can head over to the website link here and download it manually. After that's done downloading, I'm going to cd into that directory and install the dependencies, which will download Electron and start the app. And after that is done, this is what the Quick Start app should look like. We will build our GUI on top of this app. So here are the Python programs that I want to make a GUI for. The first one is a weather application which returns the weather information of a particular place using an online REST API. The second one is a facial recognition app which can detect faces in a live video feed, something like this. And the third one is a deep learning object detection app which detects the objects in an image which is specified. So here I have an image of a truck, and I'm going to pass this as input to my program, and it correctly guesses it as a garbage truck or a trailer truck. So let's get started. When we initially downloaded the Electron Quick Start library, it made all of this. It installed all the node modules and Electron which is required. It also had an index.html file which is the face of the app, and it had a main.js. And I'm going to explain main.js file right now. So this JavaScript file, it basically is responsible for making the window which we see when we execute the app, and that is encompassed in the function called create window. Create window creates a browser window, and everything in Electron works in browser windows because the content inside of it is HTML and CSS. So we're going to make a browser window, and we're going to point it to the index.html file which we want to load. And then we create a certain set of event loops. So what do we do when the app is ready? So when the app is ready, we create the window, the function, we call the function create window. And I'm going to get rid of that line here because I don't need it. And when the app is in the state of window all close, I'm going to quit the app, and so on. So this is the main.js file. I'm going to save that, and now let's have a look at the package.json file. So this file is like a manifest to the entire app. It houses various information, as you can see over here. It also has a pointer to the main file, which is our main.js, and it also has a start tag which points to electron dot. So what that means is that when I do npm start, it executes electron dot in the background. So to make things less messy, I will now I'll rename the project folder to something like GUI app or something, and then inside I will make a folder called GUI, and I will place all of the GUI elements in this folder, and I'll also create an engine folder which will house our Python backend. So I'm going to take all of these GUI files and I'm going to place it inside, or I accidentally placed it inside the engine. I'm going to place it inside the GUI folder. So I place all of the Electron files inside GUI, and inside our engine we'll have all our Python files. And inside here in GUI, I'm going to make a new folder called linkers, and linkers will house all the JavaScript files which are responsible to connect our GUI, that is Electron, to our Python backend. So let's start designing our GUI. So since we have 3 Python programs, I'm going to make one main screen with 3 buttons, each corresponding to the Python function behind it. So I've already designed such a GUI in HTML. I'm going to paste it right now. It's called GUI.html. Let's open that with Atom. And here you can see it's nothing fancy. It's just a plain old HTML file with 3 buttons, and each button corresponds to one of the Python applications behind it. So let's see how this looks like. So that's how this web page looks like, and there are 3 buttons, and obviously nothing happens when you click on them because we haven't provided the functionality, or we haven't connected the backend yet. And now we can delete the old index.html file, and inside of main.js we can replace the index.html there with GUI.html because that's the main page of our application. And also inside our HTML file here, as you can see, I've given some images which are supposed to be located inside a images folder. And since we don't have that, let's create a images folder, and I'm going to paste some of these images inside here. And now when we open our app again, we can see that these images are loaded. And also I know that I'm currently using a web browser to render these web pages, but as we move on later, we'll use Electron to render these web pages, and then it'll look more of like a desktop application. I'm now going to design the web pages which are going to be loaded after each of these buttons are clicked. So in my weather application, I would want a page to open up where I can type in the city name and then it will fetch the results. And in my face recognition application, I would again want a page where I can type the name of the person whose face I want to add to the database, and also a button to just start the detection process. So I've already designed these web pages, and I'm going to paste it in right now. So I've made a weather.html, and I've also made a face.html. So let's have a look at weather.html. And so yeah, so I have a place to enter the city name here, and I can click on go to obtain results, but obviously nothing will happen right now because we haven't given the functionality. We also have a back button, and even that's non-functional right now. And in my face application, I have a button to start the detection process, and I also have an input field where I can enter the name of the person whose face I want to add to the database. So let's have a look at the code of face in weather.html. It's plain old HTML, nothing new, nothing fancy over here. There's an input field and a button. However, there's also a back button And now we can point that back button to go to GUI.html because that's the page we want to go back to if the button is clicked. And the same we can do on the other face.html as well. We can type GUI.html there in the back button's href tag. And now we can go over to GUI.html and remember those buttons we added in before. So now we can point the weather button to weather.html and we can point the face button to face.html. So now all those buttons are linked up and it would be one fluid web page. So let's test it out right now. So when I click weather, it goes to the weather page and the go button still doesn't work, but the back button does. And the face recognition, it also moves on to the face app and even the back button works. Now that we have the front end sort of figured out, I'm going to go into the engine folder and I'm going to paste these 4 files here. These files are the ones which we saw earlier. So face.py is the one which does detection on faces. Add face.py is a script which adds new faces to the database. And weatherengine.py is the application which returns weather information for a particular city. And objectdetection.py is the deep learning model which recognizes objects. Because if you don't do that, then we should be fine. And add face.py stored in the variable city. So if this function right now, it reads the standard output. The other button with the ID detect added. Let's try detecting the faces, images, and then retrieve the results.
I think I should go back to doing the free code camp challenges until I have all the modules done. Because I think I'm gonna need I'm not sure if they have GUI challenges there, but I think I'm lacking on the backend understanding of things, and the other challenges are probably gonna help with that. So I need something that reads the end file and first reads, then displays. I'm thinking about doing the preflop thing first. So I should read the range file. Then make that into it needs to have multiple scenes. I've read that. need to think about what I want to do. The layout of the thing. So I know exactly what I need to learn. What the fuck is that? Never even got that. I'm afraid it's some kind of virus or something. I think my videos are not don't have sound. And the sound's not recording for some reason. No, I have to change that later. Let me see if the other ones are. I think the other ones have sounds. It's just when I changed the voice meter thing. Can't change now, so. Oh no, it doesn't have sound because this web doesn't have sound on my computer. After I changed the default sounds and I started using this app. That's the issue. So probably this web browser is not gonna have any sound. Alright, the same. Yeah, this web browser doesn't have any sound. And for some reason his layout's kind of weird. Let me organize this in a better way. So I need to think about what I want to do. I need the first interface layout with the options to choose the positions and ranges. And let me check if the videos have sound on another web browser.
I can basically create card objects, but haven't initialized my deck yet. I'm gonna have a deck up here.
I think it's just a bot. Okay, so I'm gonna take a picture of this. Let me put on this screen first. Just make sure I don't leak anything. Yeah, first I'm gonna think about the preflop thing. How to build the preflop thing. Then the second thing is gonna be the run reader. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna have something like this. I need to create something like this, which is gonna store all the things that I have loaded. So all the spots that I've set up in the past, they're gonna be lined up in this thing. Then I can have here, instead of this stuff, I can have preflop, then eventually postflop. And maybe I can do the run reader in the same application. Although I think it's better to make it separately. Or maybe not, because I can link them later to get the hands. Yeah, that's a good idea actually. Get the hands that I play and then automatically build a training based on them. So I can put some filters and stuff on the hands database, or I can just load the hands that I want to review, then have the software activate pile, build the solutions, solve the spots, and create simulations so you can train. And then have like database analysis also in the database part. But I think that's gonna be very complex and hard to do, so I'm gonna leave that to the end. So the first thing I'm gonna do is build a plan, a general plan. Then I'll break down the steps. So the first is create an interface with how can I say this? Modalities. And the second thing that I need to do, so this is gonna be, how can I name this? Main interface. Obviously I'm not gonna make exactly like the picture I took, just so it's easier to visualize in my mind. What I wanna build. So when I'm studying, I have an idea of what things might help me. If I keep that in mind, it's gonna be easier to spot things that are gonna help me building this stuff along the way. Yeah, this might be a good idea also. After I write down these things, I'm gonna write down the things that I think I need to know in order to be able to do this. And then I'm gonna study based on that. Main interface. Then the second thing I need is an input interface, so I can store all the spots, and I also can set up all the spots. And this is gonna have a lot of topics. And the 13, I think that's it actually. Oh, the third thing I need is the layout of the game. So I'm gonna call this setup interface. I'm gonna call this main interface. Main interface, setup interface. And game layout. Lens and played /strength. So on this, what does it need to know? To the main interface, there's also subtopics, I think, in the main interface. It needs to be separated. Oh, I think the picture actually does a good job of. Letting me think about what is necessary. Let me put specifications. So the modes of play on the left. Yeah, types of training, the right display. Yeah, that's it. Maybe I can separate it by position also. Yeah, let me think about it. Because I think it might be a good idea to make it by position, but it's gonna make it a lot more complicated, I think, to build it. I want something that I can just get it and then get on the type of training and then just think about how I'm gonna train this spot, big blind versus button. Then I click it and it makes for me based on the range inputs that I gave. So it might be a better idea to make it different. Separated by position. I'm thinking about something that has. Where can I find this to take a picture of? This one of these things that has topics, and when you click on the topic, it opens up a lot of semi-topics. So I can put positions like big blind, button, all of them, then I click, and 3-bet pots, single raise pots. So I can create a funnel and then I click on the spot, and if there's a solution, it shows me the solution that it has already stored, and if there's no solutions, then make up a new solution. That would be a good idea. I'm worried about making things too complicated though. For my level of expertise. Separated by pre-bets, and position. Position versus position. Separated, displayed as folders if possible. So I think this might be the easier way. Trying to think about an application that had what I'm trying to just say here. I think I will understand the way it's written here. And database. The modes of play on the left, types of training on the right, so display separated. The type of situation, then the position you want to train versus which position. Yeah. The same way that Bio works, basically. I might put it on an OpenOffice file instead. I'm putting here. I feel like it's just better. Okay, so this is the first thing. Trying to think if I miss anything that I want to do, or so I'm gonna choose the type of training, then I'm gonna choose the position, and this is for the user point of view, so I need to think about the backend. What's gonna happen every time the user clicks something, how to change that. It's probably on the controller. So each new thing is going to be a new scene. I can make the scene equal, all of them equal, same layout. It's going to make things easier, I think. So you click here, and then the types of training show up. No, the types of training are here. Then you click, and the positions show up here. Maybe I can edit this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna edit this and then write it on the image also. I don't wanna. So this block here, I'm gonna make it. I'm thinking about it if I should make a display too, like this. Probably not. Oh, this is for the previous sessions. TV errors. Yeah, that's another thing. That's a good thing to do. So every time I click on one, then it's gonna show me what's the mistakes. Yeah, that's another thing you should think about. Maybe I should write two files, one for the front end and one for the back end. Can I change the background on this? No, I can't. Stack on is true. I think that's necessary. So I'm gonna make this the selection of spots here. Pretty much these spots that exist. And then here if I can make borders here, borders. I'll just do it in different backgrounds. I didn't even need to take the picture of the simple GTO, now thinking about it. And then on the bottom here is gonna have the history of the times I've played, the sessions. And I want to think about what types of things I want to put there. Start and duration I think is relevant. Modes. Hands. EV. EV errors I think is good too. It might be a good idea to create a whole different a whole different type of analysis. Where instead of doing like this, I just put it here, history of training sessions. Yeah, I think this might be a lot easier to do actually. Then it's gonna be the same thing as the other one, but instead of displaying the selection of the training, it's gonna show the history of the sessions done. and you can have a lot more analysis also. So I do it as a separate thing. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. And then I can think about it later. So I can build each one thing at a time. First the preflop, that I think is going to be the easiest one. Postflop I think is going to be the hardest. So preflop ends the database, and then postflop is the final one. Postflop and then history. No, history. Preflop, history, maybe. That should be the second. Then ends database, then postflop. So first, preflop, train. Modes updated after training on the right. And when I click this, it's gonna open up this interface here. Layout for So what do I need to display in the layout? I can do something that displays the hands, displays the sessions and the hands that were played. Or I can make build, maybe build filters instead. Yeah, every session is gonna have the hands stored anyway, so. I can make a filter based on the EV for position. For type of training. But then it's gonna be displayed as categories or all training sessions in one thing. No, but that's gonna be really complex to make. What I'm thinking about. So display based on gradients from green to red. I can make two separate things. One that displays topic and one that displays all the sessions. By position. Yeah, and then I can have boards too. So I need to make, I think, 3 separate things. Okay, how do I save this? I can save it. That sucks. Oh, I have an idea. Genius. Easy. Oh, actually, I forgot to put the background here, sure. Not that matters that much, but yeah. So this is gonna be my interface. Pre-flop and post-flop. Right. So the history, I'm thinking about doing 3 separated sections. Maybe I can create another scene, a pop-up. Once you click on the session, it opens up the hands, the AV, the flops that are the worst. The hands that you're playing the worst. And then you maybe can build a simulation. Maybe you can build another training based on the hands. Yeah, but I think I'm getting ahead of myself. There's so many ideas in my head, it's tough to write it down on one thing, do one thing at a time. So I need to have the on the left by topic, on the right by topic, in the right by all the training, all the spots. Or I can have just one, and then I can have an option to select all the spots. Yeah, that's better. Then on the left I have the filters. Yeah, that sounds okay. So on the right, in the left and the right. I don't know how to, if it's in or on. Don't remember. Filter, specification. Then leave an option, select all sections. Or multiple different spots at the same time. So each spot that you click, that you select, is going to display the sessions for that spot. Then on the right, I think I'm going to put on here. It's going to display all sessions for selected spots with available filters. So now I have to think about which filters, because I already filtered through position on the first one, and I don't think I need to put it on the second, on the right parts. Because it's already, you're already gonna know, like, if you're selecting 3-bet pots, for example, in the left, then in the right is gonna be 3-bet pots. Then you can make the worst UV. That's one filter. Hands. Worst last hands. Great. Value. So I have to think about how I'll do this in the layout, because if I only put the hands, it's gonna be like hands is not gonna be organized. It needs to be something that, yeah, maybe the hands one should be a different filter, because it can't be on a line like an Excel spreadsheet. It should be something that you click, just like in Holder Manager. You click and then it shows up a grid with the range and then the hands based on the color. From -2 plus EV for the spots selected. Yeah, this I think I'm gonna put it in red, so I don't necessarily need to build first. I can leave it for later, because it's gonna be complicated, I think. With an option to train just these hands. To train, if an option to train specific hands that may be hands based on the range filter. This is gonna be, I think, extremely hard to do. All the other stuff is probably already really hard based on the stuff that I've seen so far, but one thing at a time. So it might take a while, but it's not impossible because other people do it, so one step at a time we can build it. Last specification filter by topic, same as preflop layout with an option to select all sessions or multiple different spots at the same time. On the right is going to display all sessions for select spots. You have available filters, worst TV, worst best played. So I think the worst TV is going to be displayed as an Excel spreadsheet, kind of like it's here. And then the hand range is going to be a button. Yeah, it should be a button, kind of like this one. But instead of player training, it's going to be hand range. Or range viewer. That's going to be display another range viewer of the hands for all the sessions. All the hands that you play and the AV attached to all of them. Okay, what else? Board texture. But board texture has to be similar to the hand range thing. Or maybe not. Maybe it can be like Code Manager 3 or when you just type things and then it filters the database based on that specific filter. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it would be best if the layout for the histories was like very similar to the Code Manager 3. And that's an easier way to remember. Because then you can have all the filters. The sessions are displayed in the bottom as if just like the hands are on the Manager 3. And on the left, yeah, I think that's where I'm going. So it's basically gonna be the same as if it was the same thing as Holder Manager 3 does, but instead of having the hands for when you play against human beings, it's gonna be when you play against the solutions you have. And then you can make another one. The other one is gonna be with the real hands that you import from a database, and then you can link them to do analysis. So I think I'm gonna erase this. Yeah, so this might be the last thing I do actually, because it's gonna be the toughest one. And it's gonna integrate the other ones. Because after I'm able to build something similar to Order Manager, to review hands and stuff, then all I have to do is put that with the display on the side for the spots, for the filter of the spots based on the training. And that's it. Yeah, this is gonna take a long time. The good thing is that I'm gonna learn a lot by doing this. But I know it's gonna take a long time. Just thinking about it, all the things that I have to learn. The basic stuff to put all of this together. It looks so simple when you're using a software, but on the right is going to display all sections for select spots with available filters. An option to create training based on the filter selected. So that way you can filter based on your worst TVs and train just that. And you can create a loop where you're just training the worst hands that you play until they become better, and then it's gonna filter again, and then you do it again. Maybe there's a way to automate this also. So there's an option to automatically make the training efficient by only displaying the hands that you're worst at. Kind of like this thing here. So this might be another idea, but it's gonna be based on AI, so I think it's gonna be very difficult. Look into automate this process so the training becomes intelligent based on your worst EV hands. So the more you train, the more the software knows where your weaknesses are. And yeah, that would be really efficient, I think. If you're able to train all the spots, for example, then all the time the software is gonna only display the hands in positions you're worst at, based on GTO, obviously. And then you can use these spots to review your hands in a database. Review your actual hands and see if the mistakes you're making are actually good based on population tendencies, or if you're just not making the correct plays for some reason. Yeah, you can investigate it further. Also thinking about how to connect the two, because that's I think it's the most powerful. if you were able to visualize exactly the differences in your game. But that's, I think, it's a lot more advanced stuff, but it's a good idea for a next project. If I can put the software and the actual hands and see the discrepancies of the way the database is played and the way the solutions are, then you can see what areas of the game you're weak at. And that eliminates the confusion about variants, because you're gonna be able to know which parts you're bad at and which ones you're good. Not bad or good, but which parts are deviating the most, and then you can filter by use all the filters on the databases, so you can see which exploits are losing your mind. So I think for this part, already wrote everything. Again, about if I forgot something. And set up an interface so I can set up all the spots. Set up interface and input interface so I can set up all the spots. Oh yes, I have to type this here to edit this. It's gonna be the same thing as the other one. This is one, and then maybe I can take a picture of the manager tree and put it here instead. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this real quick. Open Holder Manager. Make sure I don't leak anything. And I'll be right back. So I don't have any hands here, which is good. And they're gonna be like this. Did I change the screen? Oh, did I? No, so how I'm gonna put this picture here? Or maybe I have to do it on paint. Yeah, let's do it on paint. So actually, I'm not going to change this. Oh, I can't do it. was a way to do this that was easy. Well, maybe I can just do this one, edit this one. Yeah, that's gonna be easier. Focus. Because I don't want to spend too much time thinking about this. So I can move on with the more important stuff. Jumps too much. Yeah, so this should be fine. Fuck. Well, this should remind me of what I want to do. The filters here, and then EV, and then the history of the all sessions played here. With the range viewer for the hands. I think I can get rid of this main interface here, or maybe I will leave it there. Okay, now the second one. I'm gonna think if I'm not forgetting anything. Okay, so this is gonna be the same interface as this one for the filters. For when you select an option to train based on the filter selected, so I have to think about that. Maybe it has an option for selected spots. It needs to have the solution directory also. An option for the solution directory. And I need to think about a way to make it fast, because that's a problem with simple GTL. I need to create training based on hand history. Yeah, but that's more advanced. I can put it on red so I think about it later. Yeah, so first thing is gonna be the name of the spot. Second thing, the situation. Formation. Yeah, I can use standard SPRs, stack to product ratio, to create this. No, but the solution is gonna be downloaded, so it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe instead of putting the name, I just put it formation. Yeah, I think it's good to have an option to put the name. So if I want to write something specifically, I can do it. This engine thing, I don't think I'm gonna put it. Maybe I should. I'll think about later. this thing. Okay, sucks, but oh, maybe it's this one. I don't know. No. Then rounding is good. Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up how this works because I don't know how they round these strategies. Or maybe I leave it in red also because it might be complicated. Then select the solution directory. And it has to take all the files. And this is just the solution. That's what I need to think about. How the hand register is gonna connect with the solutions. So if I'm training only preflop, then it needs to be a text file. And if it's post-flop, then it's the files. Yeah, I need to understand what's the difference between the pile file and the text file that displays the ranges. Because if I have a pile solution, technically the program would have this solution as well, the preflop solution. So you should be able to just use the solutions from pile to create preflop charts, preflop training only. Maybe I'll make the preflop separate from the, because it's gonna be harder to make post flop. So Yeah, I'll leave it like this, then figure it out when I'm actually doing the thing. DO hands the frequency, showing BB. Oh, and then there's the next button that's gonna display the which portion of the game tree you wanna train for this specific training. But I'll think about this later. Now the game interface, the training layout. So for preflop you need to have a slider from 0 to 100 for the mix frequencies. Yeah, it's gonna have to be separated. Because on the post-flop solution is gonna have the bet sizes for the solution, and the pre-flop is gonna have the slider based on the rounding of the previous one. Oh, RNG display. Oh, I forgot to put game type here. Maybe. So RNG table display based on game type, selected on step draw, reflop slider from 0 to 100% for RNG. Oh, maybe I don't need the slider. I just make it based on the RNG. Actually. Betting options based on situation. Fold, call, raise, bet, X, X, Y. A legend for energy. Small equals passive action. So the answers have to be based on the RNG displayed on the hero thing also. Because, yeah. That way you truly know if it's a right or wrong answer. Small 0%. So it replicates the situation in game. So if you're training small blind versus cutoff, it's going to display it that way. And if you're training other positions, it's going to display that way also. I think this third step is going to be tough. It's basically building the same mechanic of poker site. That's what I need to do. So I want it to be exactly the same as it is when you're playing. That would be the ideal, I think. So I think in a poker game, the hands switch randomly. Or it's based on big blinds, on the big blind. You have to be in each position the same amount of times. So all I would have to do is change that from. It has to be connected with the step 2, because the way it's gonna. The step 2, the way it's gonna work is gonna interfere with the step 3 based on the parameters. So it's probably gonna be files connected that the commands on step 2 are going to have to interfere somehow on the commands on the file of the step 3. At least that's how I'm envisioning. I don't know. But there's like so much to learn, so that's the other thing I'm gonna do now, I think. I think that's it. Oh yeah, on the bottom I need to have a display. Yeah, that's actually okay. So I'm gonna open SimpleGTL again real quick. Let me see if I change the scene here. Because it has to have a display showing if you made the correct decision or not, which one was the best, and the AV and stuff. Oh. Okay, now close this. So that's what I'm talking about. Position, I think necessary. Green position or out position. So then the bottom, the hand. Maybe instead of position, situation. Or maybe it is unnecessary. It's not necessary. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna put this actually. The position. Because when you're training, you're gonna know which hand you're training. Or maybe not. Maybe if you're training a bunch, then you wanna go back. Yeah, I need to have filter. Same filter for the and the history formats. For the history of sessions. I really not. Situation first. Then it needs to specify which one are you. Yeah, if this is too complicated, I'm not gonna put this. This first two. The board, the hands, then your action and GTO action. Board, hands. EV loss. I think that's it. Then on the right it's gonna have action, then plate. No, maybe that's not the best way, because I'm thinking about putting check and then putting these two together, action and plate percentage. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Your action. GTO action. And then maybe this is gonna be really hard to do, so the display bar with GTO frequencies. Yeah, this I'm gonna put it in red, I think, because it's gonna be really hard to do. So I'm thinking about putting here, instead of this number, put it a bar with the distribution of actions for digital solution. And it's probably gonna be too hard to do. All of this stuff is probably really hard already, so. But I think it's the best way to learn, so not be losing anything. Your action, GTO action. And then difference usually. Yeah, I think that's it. Now I'm gonna create another document and write what do I think I need to learn in order to be able to do all this stuff in order of priorities. Yeah, I think that's it. If I forget something, I'm gonna look at it later. And maybe, yeah, I'm almost sure that I don't need to do all the futures at once. I can start very small and build the simple things first and then build upon them. So first, okay, so first thing is gonna be GUI, I think, GUI interface. So before I learn the GUI interface, I need to research which one is the best to learn. Which was what I was doing. No. Learn the language, second, 3. Learn. I think these 2 steps that I'm going to write are kind of the same thing, but I think that's the main thing. Actually, this is probably going to be software design or something like that. I think the main thing is how different languages connect. That's where I'm having the most trouble with. For example, how JavaScript connects with. I think I'm gonna put this in second here. Which is basically this GUI stuff, true? Basically the same thing. The object and classes affect the GUI from the controller, how transitions from one scene to the next work in the software, how to set up and organize files so transitions don't cause bugs. Yeah, I think that's the first part, which is going to be the design of the thing, the interface. But I'm not sure if they're gonna be connected, so I'm gonna have to do both at the same time. That's probably what's gonna happen. Because for every button I make, there's gonna be a function that's gonna be in the controller. And that's gonna have to do something. So let me think about the things I need to that I think I need to learn on the back end. My first thing is gonna be I want to display which I think I kinda know already. Options as folders and files in a part of the scene, which is going to be the first layout here. The options in the first layout. Yeah, before this I need to learn how to connect button from one scene with the display of the next one. With a display on the same scene. All transitions from one scene to the next work in the software, how to set up and organize files on 3ds because once. How to connect a button from one scene with a display on the same scene. How to connect a button from one scene with a display. Yeah. Which is similar to how transitions from one scene to the next work in the software. So maybe this goes here. And to display options as folders and files in a part of the scene. And how to create pop-ups of different scene. Yeah, so the types of tree. On the left, specification, filter my topic, same as before. Now, an option to select all sessions or multiple different spots at the same time. On the right is going to display all sessions for select spots with available filters. Yeah, I'm gonna put here. Yeah, these are for what you put in red. Which is also just for select spot with available filters. And how to create filters. The setup interface is going to be pretty much the same stuff that I'm going to use. I think it's more simple. No, Actually not. Because there's the engine and then solution directory. I should make an input of a scene. Should run Noggle. And this I'm gonna have to think about. That's the issue, because how they connect with each other, that's what I want. And you should think about a better way to formulate that phrase. Because it needs to have a flow, right? The connection between scenes is the most important, I think, to understand how one file affects the program on the next one. It needs to take the input and then transform that input in a game in the same tree. I'll just start an input. Oh, it's probably gonna be in the object, right? When you click the button, it's gonna connect with the information in the object. And it's gonna change that object. So it's gonna have this statement and setters and getters. Because of that, every time you click, it's gonna change the state of that object. I want to code a program that reads files from another software. I want to code a program that turns text files and files into a game display based on the file. This is probably the most important one, I think, first, because that's what everything else is going to be based on. So I think these first steps are the main ones before I even try to build the thing. So I can get more experience building with the languages and building the interfaces. Otherwise it's gonna be too confusing for me, I think. So I might have to go back to the free code camp challenges stuff should learn Python and Java, and how the other ones interact with one another. I think I can make the programs separately and then add them together later also. So I can do this first, for example, and then put it on the other thing later. Contains text files and parser files which are being displayed based on the file. I think I'm gonna put this first somewhere here because that's what I'm curious about the most and how to do. So game display is probably the first. Yeah, here I'm gonna put how to create poker game display. That works as a normal game. Yeah, these are the ones that are the main things, I think. The most challenging ones. Save as. Not sure. Step. Step. And then what else? How to display RNG? Maybe that goes with RNG embedded. Table display based on game type, table display based on position of action. Now let me read the red ones. And this one I think I'm gonna erase because the RNG is gonna be on the program already. So if you have an action that's 50%, for example, and the RNG is 60, it means that you need to take the aggressive option in case that's what you want to do for him. So there's only the option to raise or fold in pre-flop, because it's gonna take the RNG of the game into account, and then it's gonna make things faster, I think. Because otherwise, all the time, every decision you make, you have to. There is a mix, you have to move the slider. Betting options based on situations: fold, call, raise, bet, tax. Yeah, which is gonna be the same as learning the game display. Then the bottom layout, I think, is gonna fall into the same category as the other ones. It's basically gonna be in the back end, I think, everything. The connection of all of them. This one is gonna be the toughest one. And then, oh yeah, how to load a program that runs file solutions on file. About that there's text file plus file into a game display based on the file. Yeah, that's the most important. This is gonna be the last one, I think, and then I think this might be easier than I think it can be, because all you have to do is take the numbers of the. That's probably how it's stored. The solutions are stored is just a bunch of numbers with the frequencies for each action on an array for each hand. It's probably a nested array. Each hand has frequencies attached to it based on the action. Maybe I should put this on late. Or I think it's gonna be, yeah. Yeah, okay, 17. To make training process efficient, automating spot selection based on EV results of previous training. Yeah, this is all the stuff that I need to know, I think. Okay, so I'm done for today. when I come back next time, I'm gonna open this file and I'm gonna go one by one on this thing. That way you have more direction to what I need to do. And after I feel like I've mastered each topic, I'm gonna move on to the next one. And along the way, I'm probably gonna have a lot more questions and learn a lot throughout the process. So yeah, see you next time.